All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting excited for some flag football here on a Thursday night in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Bo McMichael with Alex Schaefer. We've got a three-game competition here. Coretta Scott King, Washington Lady Bulldogs, Maynard Jackson Lady Jaguars, and the Lady Eagles all throwing down here live from Maynard Jackson. Sit back and enjoy. We'll get right back to this game in action. Once again, this is Score 58 Network, Women's Flag Football 2022.
Live is the place to be for quality broadcast for you to see. They deliver prime coverage like Amazon. No matter what day of the week you see them on, you don't need to double check. The truth is clearer than air. Treat it like a viral video and share. There's no comparison, no equal to mention. You can see for yourself. Let it have your attention. From the beginning, you'll see what you would have hated to miss. And the recapable moment, so keep dropping the hits. Turn up the volume, grab your favorite seat, so sit back right now and enjoy what's on screen. 58 live in the building, best crew out there filming. 58 live in the building, best crew out there filming. 58 live is the best in the business.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, live football here in Atlanta. I love when I just cut off a mic like that, Alex. I apologize. There is no fade involved in that on that part. Alex, talk to me a little bit about the rules of the game of flag football, because a lot of people that are tuning in right now, this might be their first flag football experience here on the Score 58 Network, live on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Vimeo. Download that Vimeo app. Watch it live on all your Android, Apple, or Roku TVs. Go ahead and talk to me a little bit about how everything's breaking down right now.
Yeah, well, you're going to see, if you're used to tackle football, a lot of the rules you're going to see are going to be pretty similar, a lot of the same style of
Good,
things.
man, because I was a little nervous, buddy.
Pushing the ball down the field, same kind of style. You're
Okay.
going to try to score touchdowns, all those kinds of things. One big difference, you've got two halves.
Okay.
They're going to be 20 minutes apiece. It's a 40-minute game. 19 minutes just running clock unless there's an official's timeout or a called timeout. And then the last 1 minute is effectively like the 2-minute warning that you would see in the NFL. Clock's going to stop incomplete passes, out of bounds, all those kinds of things. And then there's some points of emphasis here for the 2022 season. Of course, this is year 3, I believe, of flag football in GHSA.
It is.
And so this year, some of their points of emphasis are the flag belt. Each player shall wear a one-piece quick-release belt without any knots at the waistline with 3 flags permanently attached, 1 flag on each side, 1 in the center of the back. The flag should be a contrasting color to the opponent's flags and contrasting colors to the player's pants and shorts. They've also got a point of emphasis on pockets. No player is going to be wearing pockets on their shorts. It's a safety issue. You know, you can get a hand stuck in there and have potential finger injuries and things of that nature. Referee coach conferences are also a point of emphasis, as are personal fouls. They got illegal screen blocking and illegal contact will continue to be strictly prohibited on the grounds of player safety and sportsmanship. And then another big thing that's going to be different for flag football as opposed to when you're used to seeing in tackle football is after a touchdown is scored, you can go for either 1, 2, or 3, and that's from the 5, 10, and 15 yards respectively. And that's going to be your play after the touchdown. You can potentially have a 9-point score if you score a touchdown and then go for it from the 15 and score from the 15. That's a 9-point play right there. And so possibility for some big turnarounds here in terms of points, real quick scoring, high scoring, even in a short window of time. And so I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
It's very interesting when you say all those different types of concepts, and I'm glad you're here to kind of keep us in loop of this. So very strategic. I feel like it's a chess move when you score a touchdown. What are you going to decide in that situation? Would you agree or disagree?
No, absolutely, and it really calls into focus that idea of, they always talk about the coach card in your pocket, where what do you go for, what situation do you go for 2 in, and all those kinds of things, where now it's Do you go for 1, do you go for 2, or do you go for 3? It's such a different game plan when you get into those situations of, are you chasing points early, or are you trying to get the big scores, the big turnarounds, and making things where one score can potentially be 9 points. It means that no game really is out of reach, because all you really need to do is score twice, and all of a sudden it's almost 20 points that you put up on the board.
Very much so. In this particular matchup, a lot of times when we deal with flag football, it's a 3-team rally. In this situation, Maynard Jackson's going to play Washington Lady Bulldogs, Lady Jaguars versus Lady Bulldogs to begin with. And then the Lady Bulldogs will take on the Lady Eagles of Coretta Scott King. And then the nightcap will be Maynard Jackson versus Coretta Scott King in the finals, mainly because Maynard Jackson is hosting the event. Gives everybody an opportunity to join in on that part. Apologize for the gigantic circle with the question mark. There's no Ghostbusters here, so we're okay in that situation.
Well, I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
I know you're not, man, and that's okay. I mean, especially since it's November 3rd right now and not October 31st.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And also because ghosts aren't real.
Oh, don't ever say that, man, because when they knock on the door, buddy, I'm not dealing with that right now. I am not dealing with that at all. All right. So one thing that, after looking at the overall rules, what was one thing that really kind of stood out in your mind?
Something that really stands out is that every player is eligible to receive a forward pass, which that creates such chaos for a defense. When any player is eligible, you can throw the ball, you can run the ball. There's so many things that you have to account for defensively when you're going up against those kinds of situations. It's just it's wild. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. This is going to be my first one that I've seen in a couple of years. I went out to a couple of Luella flag football games 2 years ago when it first got started, and it's going to be interesting to see how the league has developed, how the game has developed over the course of 3 years as they've put in new rules, had new points of emphasis and things of that nature. And I'll say this, flag football is a lot of fun to watch. It's high octane, it's fast paced, and they're moving, and it's really exciting.
And the most important thing is to understand where they are at on the field. Talk to me about the length of the field, width, and depth of it. Go ahead.
Well, they're using the entire length of the field. They go the entire 100 yards, but they don't have the same width as a standard game. I'm looking over my notes here. It's 40 yards from effective sideline to sideline, and it's going to be from numbers to numbers rather than the sideline to the sideline. So a little bit of a condensed field, but it is the entire length. You're going into the end zone, and that's where you're going for a score.
No kickoff. We're starting right off here. And once again, once the flag is pulled, the play is dead. Maynard Jackson in the burgundy/maroon shorts. Booker T. Washington in the black with white tees as well, yellow flags.
Oh, I stand corrected, actually. I apologize. It's not the full length. It's the goal line is at the 10.
It is.
So you've got 80 yards. My apologies on that one.
I'll hold it against you later on in the courts, but not necessarily right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for some action here across the board. We've got high school football in the background, getting ready for
big run there, and that's going to be close to a first down. They need to get out to the 40-yard line for a first.
And once again, it's per little area, so talk to us a little bit about. They put the cones down right here. You got the white cap putting the cone down of where they're having to get to, and the 40-yard line is the make-or-break point, and the next make-or-break point is the other 40, correct?
That's correct. It's all in 20-yard windows, and so as they go down the field, it's 1st and 20 to start. They got to get to the 40, and so now they're going to be at a 3rd and call that about 7 to get the first down. They need to get to the 40. And then what's interesting is once they cross the 40, it's then a first and however many yards to the next 40. It's not an automatic first and specific number of yards.
They decided to run on that play instead of passing.
They're going to get a gain of about 3, but it's not going to be enough for the first. And so another interesting thing is when they punt on 4th down, they can actually punt on any down, but on 4th down specifically, when you punt, you have to declare a punt. You are going to say whether you are punting or not, and if you declare you're punting, you have to punt. It is a penalty if you do not punt. There is no quick kicks. There's no fakes, nothing like that. If you're going to punt, you have to declare a punt. And so it looks like they're not going to punt here.
They're going to decide to run it.
And
Flag,
that'll be close.
Very close.
Flag pulled. It looks like they're going to be marked short.
1 yard to gain right there on the 39-yard line. It's going to be. It looks like it's going to be a changeover on down. It's a very interesting concept to be able to do that, to say, hey, what we're actually being able to pull up. So.
And so it's actually 3rd down now. Deep shot, caught, and all the way down across the 40. And so actually Maynard Jackson here with a down situation that I was a bit mistaken on there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But either way, it's going to keep things moving here for the Maynard Jackson Lady Jaguars. And they have it all the way out to the 40 after a really nice pass and catch.
Deep pass across, wide open in the flats, not now on the hash, not the flats.
And caught there right around the 20-yard line, call it down to the 19. And so inside the goal line area go the Jaguars.
We did reach out for numbers and rosters. We apologize that we do not have that right now. Hopefully, as the season progresses here, this is our first flag football game of the season. Glad to bring it to you live from Maynard Jackson. I'm Bo McMichael with Alex Schaefer here on the Score 58 Network. Maynard Jackson versus Booker T. Washington. A little bit later, we'll add Coretta Scott King into the mix. A little motion action.
Handoff on the motion. She got the edge.
She did.
She got a little bit of blocking out in front, and she's going to get it down all the way down to the 15. And so closing in on the goal line there as they move it up to the 15, 5 yards from the score. And the Jaguars threatening here early on their first possession.
During halftime, stay with us and the changeover in games. We'll talk a little bit of high school football. Little playoff action is going to be started as the end of the regular season happens for the boys. Varsity football across. I want to say boys because women do play varsity football as well. We'll just say the end of the regular season varsity football, not flag football in this situation.
Motion once again here for the Lady Jaguars. Handoff going that way, trying to get the edge once again,
no,
but
she does
nothing
not.
doing.
That's
number 3 in there for the Bulldogs, not fooled this time.
See this on a replay. She just steps up there and says, no, I don't think so. You're going to lose 3 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so close. They're about 7 yards away from pay dirt right now. Trying to get a little score.
What's the etymology of pay dirt?
Pay dirt, well, based on if I've watched the movie Waterworld enough time, I understand how important dirt is. And you don't understand the humor in that, but if you did, I would embrace you as a fellow movie addict. But dirt is very important in the world of Waterworld. Oh,
and the sack there as they're going to get to her before she can release that one, and that drives them all the way back. And I believe that's going to be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, I do believe so, as they are switching over right now. appreciate the curveball asking me about pay dirt, and I was able to bust out Kevin Costner. And can you tell me who the protagonist of the bad guy was in that movie?
I can't because
That's the best part about it.
I haven't seen Waterworld.
Never seen Waterworld.
Because it's terrible.
No, it's not. It's the most expensive movie made at its time period.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful movie made about a man that became a fish that became a man. And if you can't get a hold of that, I don't know who we are as people in America and human being associations. Here we go. I like that we're associations too. Did she? No, she didn't get it. She didn't get it until about the 32-yard line.
And so this is actually Coretta Scott King is going to be the opponent for Maynard Jackson here in game number 1.
No, really?
It looks like it says CSK on their jerseys.
So they switched it on us. He came up with BTW. I blame Robert Reed on site for that. Robert, if you're listening, buddy, you did a great job of adjusting. It's Maynard Jackson versus Coretta Scott King. And Maynard's still in the maroon shorts. Coretta Scott King in the black shorts with the white and pink socks, looks like. We apologize for giving props to Booker T.
Intercepted by Maynard.
Oh, she's going to take it to that. No, she's not.
Oh, what a great play on the back end there to run her down and take the flag as she got inside the 20. But a wonderful interception out there.
You talking about change of reactions
Jaguars.
right there. Both of them, everybody was ready. If they threw the interception, was able to grab it down right around the 7-yard line before they got into the end zone.
That's number 1 for Maynard Jackson with the interception. And so now Maynard Jackson right back where they were just a moment ago, trying to get in the end zone. Short field to play with now. Just about 9 yards, maybe 8 to get into the end zone for a score.
How bad was traffic getting you here? Look at you nodding your head. Here we go. Taking it to the outside right now. Is she able to hit the corner? Yes, she is. No.
And they're going to say the flag was off at about the 3, so very close down there. Or rather the 13.
3 for Maynard Jackson was just reaching out for the goal, hoping they could not get it. This year, the championships will take place at Park Stadium. That is at Georgia State, right before the varsity football state championships. The semifinals actually take place up in Flowery Branch this year, where the Falcons practice. Trying to find the corner again.
Quarterback run once again and
lost yardage. Goodness gracious, Coach! When you're designing plays, are you looking to pass? You know, the one thing that I've always learned is, like, I have 2 8-man teams that I work with, 8-person team. I don't want to get into this whole 8-man woman or person team, but we do 8-man football, 8-person football, and to me, you know, where they're most successful is running the ball, because they spread them out and they try to find those holes. In this situation right now, do you try to pass or you try to run when you're this close?
Well, I think the advantage you have of passing, you can get some jump balls. You can't be quite as physical, like we said at the beginning. And, oh, that one goes intercepted in the end zone going the other way, and they're going to get the flag off of her. And I don't know.
Coretta Scott King with the interception right there.
Just as I'm talking about maybe passing it here, they throw an interception, so maybe don't listen to me.
No, I'll do a hard pass on that and say a great defense by Coretta Scott King. And
once again, a goal line stand, and very impressive.
And in this situation right here, the only thing they have to do is get to the 40 to get a first down, and they're starting on the 24-yard line. So they have roughly about 16 yards to go compared to if they started behind the 20. First down and 16. Nice little, oh, goodness gracious pass. Number 2, a little hot potato. I didn't want that potato. Got some interesting football games. We're streaming live here on Score 58 Network. We have North Atlanta versus Dunwoody live on Score 58 Network. Make sure you tune in if you're interested in watching that game. They're also live on NFSH. This game is actually live on NFSH as well. Outside they go, and she was able to get in there real quick, number 12, very fast.
And that's something, when going back to we were talking about run versus pass, just kind of in general in flag football, I always think that running is a bit more dangerous than throwing because, all it takes is one rip of the flag and the play is over.
And you got to get to the outside.
There's not a whole lot of opportunities
No.
to make people miss or to break tackles or anything like that, like you're used to seeing when you run the ball in a tackle football type of game. And so you're really hamstringing yourself with what you can do when you run the football because, like I said, all it takes is that one rip of the flag and all of a sudden play is over.
I would agree.
Pass over the middle. That one's intercepted, scooped up off the turf. I think they're going to say incomplete.
They are. They are.
Oh, man.
I'd love to see an instant replay. I'm unable to press that button that quick to see it bounce off. Could have been an immaculate reception right there, part 7.
Immaculate interception?
No. A reception. I mean, she was throwing it to her. She wasn't throwing it to an opponent. She was throwing it to the team member that was on the opposite color. They look like they're going to punt the ball right here, but he's getting ready for punt formation. No score here in the first half of action between Coretta Scott King and Maynard Jackson. I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer live from Atlanta, Georgia, bringing a little flag football action here live on the Score 58 Network. Glad to be able to bring it to you in full effect. Good punt. Good bounce. They're going to call a flag on that. This first time we saw the yellow flags come out. Let's see what Whitecap has to say. Over the past couple of years, all Atlanta public school systems all had their practice fields refurbished with turf, which has been wonderful for a lot of games in the sense of lacrosse, soccer, and also flag football. Not only varsity football, they're able to practice and not worry about tearing up the field.
You don't have to reline every week.
Oh, I'm telling you. And y'all do have varsity where, y'all do, back in the day at Luella, you had, last year, 2 years deep, you had turf?
Oh, it's been turf for 5 years now.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it was the Henry County project as well, along with Atlanta Public Schools. All of the schools in Henry County got all redone with turf fields. New tracks as well.
Right.
So after the penalty, it's going to set Maynard Jackson up with really good field position. Once again, less than 10 yards to go for the score, maybe right around 10 yards as they set up shop at the 20. Handoff going to the left, up the middle. Flag is ripped, but nice gain there on first down. It's going to be about 3 on the run.
Going to leave about a second down and about 8. A long 8 for the Lady Jaguars. Have a couple of former varsity football coaches that decided to throw up the whistle and join the flag football world. And definitely interesting of their take on everything and how you set certain things up. No gain on the play right there. I'd have it hard running it in the middle. I would run it to the outside every play. I'd make you beat me to the corner. It'd be a toss pitch, and I would just say, if I'm going to run the ball, I'm not running it in the middle.
Steps back to pass, taking the shot, but that one's going to be out of bounds as she's out of the back of the end zone. So incomplete, trying to get it to number 18 once again, and it's going to bring up a 4th down. Fourth and goal now here for the Lady Jags.
What you playing right now, Coach? Give me a little insight on offensively. What are you running? If you're Maynard Jackson trying to get that first score, because to me, I feel like the first score is the nail in the coffin at this point.
Well, I think the slant could potentially be there. It's really hard to be physical as a DB in flag football without getting called for illegal contact. And so if you just run a simple slant here this close to the goal line, get yourself in the end zone, make the catch in the end zone, lead your receiver a little bit so that the DB doesn't have a chance to get around the front and bat it away, you got it right there. And some discussion here.
Feel like they're saying it's 2nd down, not 3rd down, but we'll see what the markers have to say. Not much time left here in the first half. I got everybody spread out right now. Deep ball, no.
Out of the back of the end zone, and they're taking their shots there, but they're overthrowing by a considerable amount.
And it is 4th down right now for Maynard Jackson. Maynard and Coretta Scott King all tied up 0-0 here in the first half of action. Both halves are 20 minutes in length, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wonder if maybe that 3rd down pass attempt was maybe a timeout had been called prior to, or
well, it felt like
a penalty
they got
or
2 downs
something.
right there. Let's see what they
They're
get
going to
out
take
of
another
it.
shot. And this one.
Enough for, oh.
And that one also is back out of the back of the end zone.
She couldn't bring it down. Change over on downs. Coretta Scott King takes the ball. Looks like they're going to move it all the way back up to the 20-yard line here. First and 20. Looks like could be the end of the quarter or end of the half. We'll see how everything plays out here in just a minute.
Well, maybe we had the 1-minute warning there.
Could
be.
Now they
on
have
that 3rd down play, and that's what stopped it before.
Yep.
And so after the stop of play, which is most likely the 1-minute warning, after the incompletion, Coretta Scott King is going to take over. And with not a lot of time left here in this first half, I think we'll probably see them just try and take maybe a couple deep shots. So the quarterback for the Lady Eagles will take the shotgun snap, dropping back, looking down the left sideline, intercepted. And they can't get the flag off until she's down around the 1. They're actually going to say she was down at the 4 rather the 14, but, you know. And so, once again, that Maynard Jackson defense coming up big to try and set their offense up with an opportunity to score here. And so once again, Maynard Jackson running off the right side. She's got the corner. She's in for the score, and there's the signal. And our first score of the game goes to the Maynard Jackson Lady Jaguars, number 11 on the touchdown run. And finally, after knocking on the door all first half, Maynard Jackson able to finally get it in for the score, and it's going to make it 6-0 as time winds down here in the first half. And we will see what they decide to do here. Again, they can go for 1 from the 5, they can go for 2 from the 10, and they can go for 3 from the 15. So they're going to be going for 1 here. Thrown into the back of the end zone, incomplete, and so no good goes the extra point. It's going to be 6-0, Maynard Jackson leading over the Coretta Scott King Lady Eagles.
So the first half, you would almost say, is a tale of turnovers at this point, correct?
Absolutely, and I apologize. It's 1 point from the 3.
Okay.
2 from the 10, 3 from the 15. But, yeah, absolutely, it's been – Coretta Scott King has played really good goal line defense. They've been in that situation inside the 10-yard line 4 times now. Finally, Maynard Jackson was able to break through and get in for the score, but a couple of really costly turnovers for the Coretta Scott King Eagles offense have set Maynard Jackson up with really good field position right there inside the 20 after Maynard Jackson did a good job of driving down the field off their first possession, getting them all the way into CSK territory, and then they were able to let their defense play ball and take advantage and continue to set them up with opportunities. And so now with time winding down, CSK has got to make something happen and try and push the ball down the field and try and steal a possession here, because they're going to get the ball back to start the second half. And incomplete falls that one. So with under a minute remaining, it'll stop the clock. It'll be second down from the 25. And that one was nearly intercepted as well.
Threw into a group of ladies and said, who's going to get it?
And so, Bo, I was mistaken on the yards to gain, because I'm thinking full length of the field. It's actually from the 10 to the 30 to the 50, the 50 to the 30 to the 10.
I don't hold anything against you right now. We're going into the halftime. We'll take a moment and be right back with you. And we're here for 3 games. So this is our first game. 6-0. Maynard Jackson is over Coretta Scott King. Stay with us right now for the second half of action of Women's Flag Football 2022. All right, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for the second half of action here of Coretta Scott King taking on Maynard Jackson, live from Atlanta, Georgia, Maynard Jackson High School. Glad to have everybody with us. I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer. Alex, what was your first impressions of the first half of Maynard Jackson taking on Coretta Scott King? Go ahead.
Well, I thought Coretta Scott King played really good defense in the goal line.
Very much so.
Four
it'd be a
times.
Different score.
Oh, absolutely. Maynard Jackson had the ball 4 times inside the goal line and only coming away with the 1 score. You got to give a lot of credit to the Coretta Scott King defense there for limiting their opportunities to put points on the board. Coretta Scott King struggling a little bit moving the ball. Maynard Jackson has stifled them defensively, so really good defense on display for both sides. And once again, good defense played right in the backfield is number 2 for the tackle for loss, trying to go with a bit of like an end around there. If she would have been able to outrun her there, they had some room to work on the edge, but to scoot it in there in the backfield and was able to get the flag off. And again, it's one of those things where, to me, I think that running is always a dangerous game of flag because all it takes is the rip of the flag. It's not like in football where
you got to bring somebody down.
You can break a tackle. You can make somebody miss. There's not a whole lot of opportunities to make people miss in flag football where it's almost like two-hand touch. You make your catch,
and
make
your
run,
goal
and you're
is
down.
to rip the flag.
Mm-hmm.
Maynard Jackson in the maroon shorts with white shirts.
Pitch out to the outside and then running the other way, going back against the grain and backward again, and that one's down to the 1.
Coretta Scott King has started in a hole here. They have to get all the way to the 40-yard line. 30-yard line. Listen to you. I paid attention to begin with, and you changed the rules on me.
Yeah.
And I did not adjust.
I figured it out.
I did. You did. I apologize. I saw the so they start off at the 10-yard line?
They start at the 15.
You know what?
Well, so
stop making up rules right now.
Technically, on the field it's the 25, but
take a nap.
for the purposes of the game, it's the 15 from the end zone. Thrown and nearly intercepted there, and it's going to bring up 4th down, and you'd expect the CSK punt here in the shadow of their own goalpost.
Down by 6 already to Maynard Jackson. Lady Jaguars were able to get on the score early on. It looks like a quick timeout for Coretta Scott King. After this particular game, we'll have Coretta Scott King taking on Booker T. Washington, and the nightcap will be Maynard Jackson versus Booker T. The Lady Bulldogs taking on the Lady Jaguars. Here live from Maynard Jackson, I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer, bringing you a Score 58 Network. Hey, if you see that young lady right there in the black hat for Coretta Scott King, she plays for the Atlanta Phoenix. That's the Women's National Football Conference Atlanta Phoenix. Her name is Raven Buchanan, a.k.a. works for Score Sports. So it's always nice. She's wearing the black cap. She is involved in with this flag football team. She dislocated her finger, hence why you see the cast on her hand. I'm hoping she'll still be able to film for me this weekend. I got faith in that part, but congratulations to Raven taking on this role as the head football coach of Coretta Scott King.
Well, I hope that she'll be able to play in the spring.
She'll be fine on the spring. As gets in. She's getting excited about the Women's National Football Conference, women's tackle football across the country. A lot of fun here on the Score 58 Network.
I love the WNFC.
Oh, it's going to be a crazy year this next year. I can only imagine what we're going to get ourselves into here in 2023. Here we go.
And incomplete, so they went for it on 4th down.
Instead of punting.
And unable to complete it. And so I believe it'll be a turnover on downs, and Maynard will start with the ball at the 1-yard line, I think. It sure does look like it.
Well, it's definitely a changeover on downs right now. For
And
Maynard.
so-
Maynard with the ball here, realistically on the 3-yard line going in. Less than the 3-yard line, maybe 2.
Yep. And so Maynard right away with an excellent opportunity. Motion here. They're going to let the motion pass. Reset. They're going to take a shot. Nope, they're going to take off and run with it is the quarterback. And she's down. Waiting for a signal. They're clapping like it's a score. And I believe that with the white hat coming in to move the cones there, I believe that is a score on the ground for number 3 for Maynard Jackson. And so that's going to put them up 12-0 here. They're going to go for 1 from the 3-yard line. So after the incompletion on 4th down, gave no running or no breathing room. Flag is ripped off, and they're going to say, but she was in for the score. And so it's 13-0 as the 1-point conversion is good, but we do have a flag down. So not sure of the penalty on that one. But it's going to back them up to the 10, and they're going to attempt again, it looks like. So I believe this will still be for 1 after the penalty. Quarterback number 3 back into the game after scoring the touchdown on the drive. She's going to drop back, looking to her left, now to her right, and that one's batted away. And so the conversion is no good, so the score stays at 12. 12-0. Maynard Jackson Lady Jaguars lead over the Coretta Scott King Lady Eagles. And after the 4th down incompletion gave the Jags the ball at the 1, maybe the 2-yard line, just no breathing room there for your defense at all. If they were able to complete it, I don't know that they were going to get the first down off of the completion, but it would have at least given their defense a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of room to work. The offense would have had to do a bit more, but ball now at about the 15, maybe the 14. Snap, shotgun taken, running to her right, or excuse me, to her left, and the flag is going to be pulled, and that's going to be a sack for the Maynard Jackson defense. And they are just absolutely smothering Coretta Scott King right now. Nothing is going right for the Eagles here offensively. And if not for that great goal line defense, this one could be really out of hand because they have not been able to get anything going offensively. And Maynard Jackson has just had an answer for everything they've tried, whether they've tried pushing the ball down the field on the pass, whether they've tried running left and right, up the middle. They've just got an answer everywhere. And we'll see if they can change their fortunes here. 2nd down and long. Shotgun snap, rolling to her left. Gets past the first wave of tacklers and then gets by another. And it's our first sign of a little bit of struggle pulling the flag. Again, we talk about on the runs, you've got tackling and all those kinds of things in tackle football. It's not always a guarantee. You can break tackles, you can make people miss and all that. But ripping the flag isn't a guarantee either. It's one of those things where if you miss on the flag, that gives an opportunity for them to continue running. It's not always a given. And we saw it right there. Maynard unable to pull the flag on the initial contact. It's going to set them up 3rd and 2, running to the left. And she's going to get across the 30 just enough. It's going to be a first down at the 31, effectively the 21 based on the field dimensions. But the 31 based on what you're looking at on the field. And it's going to be a fresh set of downs. You can see the down marker moving down there to the bottom right of your screen, all the way up to the 50. That's indicating the line to gain. So it's a 1st and 19 now. And as we talked about before, those 20-yard windows can be a blessing and can be a curse. Rolling to the left again off the fake handoff. Flag comes out after a gain of about 1, maybe 2. Out to the 32-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and 18 for the Lady Eagles. But a little bit of life here offensively as they were able to pick up their first down of the game. And trying to continue to move the ball and move the chains. Maynard Jackson trying to prevent that from happening. Once again, in flag football, all players are eligible to receive a pass. Shotgun snap. Takes the shot. Very nearly intercepted by number 1 again. Almost had a second one for her today. But we've got, oh, nope, that's a, saw the yellow flag on the ground thinking it was a penalty flag, but it was actually just a flag belt for Coretta Scott King. Coretta Scott King wearing the yellow flag belts. Maynard Jackson wearing the orange or maybe pink. Can't quite tell from this angle. Maroon shorts there from Maynard Jackson. Black shorts for Coretta Scott King. 3rd down and 18. Shovel pass to the flat. Trying to cut back across the grain, but just nowhere to run as the Jackson defense swarms and takes the flag from her after a gain of about 2. It's up to the 34-yard line, but now it's a 4th down and 16. Once again, you have to declare if you're going to punt the ball. And if you declare a punt, you do have to punt. No quick kick or anything like that allowed. Doesn't seem like they're going to punt here. But Maynard again playing with a bit of a soft defensive shell there, and this is a tough situation here to try and advance the ball in. Oh, I take that back. I guess they are going to punt. That one's scooped up. And a nice little return back to about the 25. Number 12 scooping that one up and returning it. And so as they cross the 40 down to about the, I guess they're going to spot her right at the 35, which is the 25 for our purposes. It's going to be 1st and 5. So again, a blessing and a curse sometimes, as for the Maynard Jackson Jaguars, now they've got a short field to work with. They only have to go 5 for a fresh set of downs, where we saw before Coretta Scott King had to go 19 for a 1st down. Taking a shot down the sideline, wide open and in for the score. And wow, they just left number 13 all alone on the sideline. A deep shot there. Quarterback located her right away, got it to her, and in for the score. That is going to make it 18-0 in favor of the Maynard Jackson Lady Jags, and they will go for 1 from the 3-yard line, but not before a timeout. So after the timeout, Maynard Jackson is going to have an extra point attempt forthcoming. And I think we saw Coach signaling there, saying it looked like he said they were going to be going for 2 from the, it'll be from the 10-yard line, which is for us the 20-yard line visually, but it's the 10. And interesting situation here, deciding what you want to go for. We talked earlier about the chess match of, do you decide to go for 1, for 2, from the 3, from the 10, from the 15, all of those things. And I think another factor that goes into that is, what do you think your plays are going to be effective at? Do you think you have a more effective play from the 10 to try and get a score versus from the 3? Obviously, you look at it and think, oh, well, it's a shorter distance, but it condenses what your playbook is consisting of and what you can do ultimately when you have that shorter field. And so the defense not ready, taking a shot, and in for the score. And so they caught the Coretta Scott King defense napping there. No one went out to cover number 23, and they just threw it to her, and she was wide open, make the catch, and in for the score. So that's going to make it 20-0 in favor of the Maynard-Jackson Lady Jaguars after the 2-point conversion is successful. So a score in the first quarter, in the first half, but no conversion. A pair of scores in the second half, 1 failed conversion, 1 successful 2-point conversion. Leaves us with a 20-0 Maynard-Jackson lead over Coretta Scott King. Coretta Scott King will take over now. And whistle blows. And they'll take over from the 14. Just 5 yards to gain for the first. Caught, but flag is pulled off right around the 27. Looks like it's going to be where they spot him. So gain of about 3. It'll be 2nd down and 2. Maybe 2nd down and 3, down at the 28, I suppose. Shotgun snap. Ball's on the ground, and that's a dead ball there. And the Coretta Scott King Eagle down on the play after the tackle effectively is made. But after the gain, it's going to be 4th down and short, 4th and 3, it looks like, for the Eagles. So we're going to see the 4th down offense once again for the Eagles here as they try and convert. They got to get it to the 30-yard line for a conversion. Running to the outside, gets the edge, but can't quite get around it. And so the stop is going to be made just shy of the 30, maybe 2 yards short. And that is going to be a turnover on downs for the Maynard-Jackson defense once again. And Maynard-Jackson is going to start off once again with excellent field position inside the red zone here as they take over 1st and goal from the 27, maybe 28, which is effectively the 18. So 18 yards to go for the score, first and goal for the Jags. So we'll see if the Jags can continue to pour it on here. Quarterback rolls to the left, dumps it out into the flat, caught, and unable to pull the flag, so she's in for the score. Couple of Coretta Scott King Eagles had a shot there, but unable to make the play. And I believe that's number 9. Yes, it is. Number 9 is going to get into the end zone for the score. Number 3 on the pass. And the Jags are rolling now. 26-0 is the score. They're going to be going for 1 from the 3-yard line here. Motion, under center snap. Fake handoff, rolls around, and no one there to meet her. So a quarterback keeper on the bootleg, and she's going to get in for the score. That's number 3 once again, has a rushing touchdown on the day, a passing touchdown, and now a 1-point conversion. It is 27-0 in favor of the Maynard-Jackson Lady Jaguars. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in here tonight on the Score 58 Network, wherever you're watching. Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo, the Score 58 Network webpage, wherever it is you're joining us from, whether you're in Georgia, whether you're a family member watching one of these outstanding young lady student athletes, anywhere around the world. It's the lovely thing about streaming, whether you're in Georgia, you're in Texas, Alabama, Washington, Nebraska, Florida, or anywhere in between. Could be in Dubai, could be in England, who knows. We're happy to have you joining us here as Coretta Scott King takes over, and another sack is going to drive them backward. Everything is coming up Jags right now. And the whistle sounds, and that is going to be the game as the Maynard-Jackson Lady Jags take care of business here by a score of 27-0. Scoreboard isn't quite right there, but that's all right.
Don't hold that against him there.
No, not at all.
No, I mean,
it's 27-0 for the Lady Jags. And for Coretta Scott King, you've got to quickly forget about this one, turn the page, because you've got Booker T. Washington coming up in just a few minutes.
And we'll be right back here on the Score 58 Network, bringing you Coretta Scott King versus Booker T. Washington Lady Bulldogs. I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer. We'll be right back.
Can I get the senior parents at Maynard-Jackson High School, please? Senior parents at Maynard-Jackson High School. Can I also get the seniors at Washington High School?
Live is the place to be for quality broadcast for you to see. They deliver prime coverage like Amazon. No matter what day of the week you see them on, you don't need to double check. The truth is clearer than air. Treat it like a viral video and share. There's no comparison, no equal to mention. You can see for yourself, let it have your attention. From the beginning, you'll see what you would have hated to miss, and the recapable moment. So keep dropping the hits. Turn up the volume, grab your favorite seat, so sit back right now and enjoy what's on screen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a Game 2. Booker T. Washington Lady Bulldogs taking on Coretta Scott King. Glad to have everybody with us here. I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer. Alex, you doing all right, sir?
I'm doing great, Bo. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right, man. Booker T. Washington definitely looking for that first victory of the night. You know, this is the first time we got to get a chance to see them. Coretta Scott King took the L against Maynard Jackson, 27-0. Overall, give everybody the rundown about the rules here for our last play-by-play of the night.
Yeah, so for those of you just joining us, you're going to see a lot of things that you're used to seeing from football, passes, runs, all that kind of stuff. But a few of the big differences is how the downs work. It's 20-yard windows. You've got from the 10 to the 30, the 30 to the 50, the 50 to the 30, and then the 30 to the 10. And you can see the down marker right there. He's got it first down at the 30-yard line. That's the line to gain. So they're going to start at the 25, which is effectively the 15, because they don't use the full length of the field. The goal line is the 10-yard line. And so they're starting at the 15. They got to gain 5 yards to get their first down. Booker T. Washington will start off and take a deep shot and nearly intercepted to start the game, but Coretta Scott King unable to come away with the interception there after Booker T. Washington taking a deep shot on first and short. So it'll be 1st and 5, and then what you'll see happen is once they cross that 30-yard line to get a new first down, it then becomes first down and X, however many yards it is to the next first down marker, which is the 50. So it could be 1st and 19. It could be 1st and 1, and anything in between. Another deep shot taken by Booker T. That one is intercepted. A second shot at it, and she's going to take it. Number 4 has it around the corner, around the edge, and they're going to take the flag off of her just outside of the 20. And so it's about the 11-yard line, we'll say, from the goal line. It'll be 1st and goal from the 11. She went down hard on that one as the flag was ripped, and she got kind of tripped up there. Hopefully she's okay. Just the wind knocked out of her a little bit, and she'll be able to keep going there. But a little bit of redemption for number 4 there. The first play, she had a shot at the interception but couldn't come down with it. This time she makes the pick and not only gets the interception, but runs it all the way down right near the 10-yard line, about the 11. And it's going to be 11-yard going in, 1st and goal for Coretta Scott King. And this is something that we didn't see from them at all in the game against Maynard Jackson. Is there an opportunity with the ball in the goal line situation? They were up against it offensively the entire game against Maynard. They were every possession was on the Maynard side of the field, or excuse me, on the Coretta Scott King side of the field. And so now we'll see our first look at the Coretta Scott King offense in a goal line situation. Number 4 still out there. Good to see her back up and able to play. Around the edge goes the quarterback on the keeper. Flag gets ripped off, so a nice little gain there, about 2, maybe 3. As they were looking for a pass. Lost contain did Booker T. Washington, and so she's going to take off with it. And a gain of about 5, actually, as they get inside the 10, down to the 9. And it'll be 2nd and goal from the 9-yard line for them. Something else important of note, every player on the offense is eligible to receive a pass. So you have to worry about everybody running out there to receive a pass. Handoff, and they're going to try and go up the middle. Not a whole lot there, but they do gain a couple of extra yards, and so it's going to be 3rd down and a little bit closer. 3rd down and about 6 now from the 6-yard line. You can see the pylons there. The end zone is from the 10 to the goal line. We also have a shortened field in terms of width it is only to the numbers. You can see the blue line and then the cones. The cones there between the 30 and the 40 where the blue line isn't. But the blue line is the sideline marker. Almost had her in the backfield, and then they are going to eventually get her right around the original line of scrimmage, maybe a loss of 1, and so a third down run is going to do nothing for CSK. It'll be 4th down and goal now from the 8-yard line, it looks like, after the loss. And Booker T. Washington really trying to stand up here defensively. And we'll see if they can get the 4th down stop and the turnover on downs. End around on the reverse. Can't get the flag. And a hard fall there. They're going to say she was out at the 2. Ooh, she took a hard tumble there, did number 2. Fell right down on top of the pylon. Had number 22 land kind of on top of her. But she's up. She looks like she's okay, so that's always good to see. But they're unable to get in, and so it's going to be a defensive stand for Booker T. Washington here after the interception set up CSK with really good field position. But what she did do is she got it down to the 2-yard line, and now Booker T. Washington is in the shadow of their own goalpost, and they have to come out of their end zone. You got to avoid a safety here because it's always a possibility. Safeties are worth 2 points in flag football as well. And Booker T, on their first 2 offensive plays, they took 2 deep shots, just stood up and threw it deep. Nearly intercepted on the first. It was intercepted on the second. We'll see if the game plan remains the same for them here, if they're just going to just try to air it out and push the ball down the field. It's going to be a handoff on a jet sweep. Oh, she's got to get out of the end zone. And I think she did. Oh, wow, they're going to spot her all the way out there to the 4-yard line. I thought they had her right at the goal line. But that's where it's spotted, is at the 4, so 2-yard gain, or maybe 3. A little bit of breathing room here for Booker T. Washington. Not a lot, but a little bit. We saw that CSK defense step up really big in the first half against Maynard Jackson. 4 times in the goal line situation, and they held 3 out of the 4. High snap, rolling to the right, deep shot to the left. That one is nearly intercepted, nearly caught as well. A bit of a ricochet deep down the field, but incomplete it goes. Number 2, who had the nice run there on 4th down, setting them up with this really good defensive setting. Nearly intercepting that one. But it's going to be 3rd down now, 3rd and long. They need to get to the 20, which is appearance-wise the 30. You can see the down marker as our line to gain. Split back shotgun. Rolling to the left. Gets it out in the flat. They're going to get her down around the 11. Or excuse me, about the, no, it'd be the 6. It's the 16, maybe 17. So with the changed field dimensions, makes it about the 6 or 7. And it's going to be 4th down now. They do have to declare if they're going to punt. And the way that CSK is backing off, it looks like they are indeed declaring a punt. This one's a high punt. And it's first touched at the 20. Which basically makes it the 10, and it's going to be 1st and goal at the 10 going in for Coretta Scott King. So once again, excellent field position for the Lady Eagles offense. And we'll see if they can do anything with it here. Unable to take advantage last time and score, but we'll see if they can get into the end zone this time now and have better fortunes trying to get it in there. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here for the Score 58 Network. For Bo McMichael, I'm Alex Schaefer and the entire crew of the Score 58 team. I want to thank everybody on site filming at beautiful Maynard Jackson High School. We're bringing you flag football action. It's an exciting time for high school sports. We've got flag football in its third year of existence in the GHSA. So CSK will start with it first and goal from the 10. Running to the left is the quarterback. Unable to pull the flag. Oh my, she's going to be close. And they're going to say she was down back at the 3. Well, you know, old eyes, so. But she's down at the 3. A nice run there. And I talked about it in the first game. If you joined us, if you didn't, we did a lot of talking about running versus passing and some of the pros and cons. And you think about it compared to tackle football. In tackle football, you have an opportunity to break tackles, to make somebody miss an open field with jukes and spins and such. And you got to bring somebody down to the ground, whereas in flag football, you have to rip the flag. And once the flag is off, ball's on the ground, that's a dead ball. So unfortunately, a bad snap there is going to make it third and a bit longer now, as it'll back them up to around the 6 or 7. But all you need to do is rip the flag. And once you rip the flag, the play is over. But it's not always a guarantee, and we saw it on that quarterback run there a couple plays ago, where if you don't get the flag, you can just keep on running, and that's exactly what she did there. Snap, thrown, intercepted, and she's got some room to run. Oh, what a save, a touchdown-saving flag rip there. As number 13 for Booker T. Washington has the interception. And it goes the other way, and so now Booker T has it. And we're basically right back where we started, Bo. They got it at the 15, and it's going to be 1st and 5. It's basically like a kickoff.
It is.
Like the start of the game.
Just kind of shimmy shake right there, man. I'm multitasking across a couple of games going on, making sure we're all set up across that. But Booker T, what I like to see is how much Coretta Scott King has rebounded from their first game. It's going to be very interesting to see Booker T. Washington. Oh, flag on the plate. Looks like a probably legal procedure.
Illegal shift because not everybody got set.
No.
Everyone has to get set there on that big shift. A really interesting play design. I like the call on it. The shift is interesting, and not sure exactly what they were going to have designed out of that, but just not properly executed there, as they didn't hold and get reset on the shift. It'll be a 5-yard penalty. And, yeah, like you said, Coretta is coming off of a big loss, 27-0 against Maynard Jackson, and then they have to turn around and play again. Booker T. Washington is coming into this thing completely fresh. Now, the flip side of that is CSK is warmed up. And yes, it was a 27-0 loss, but they did a lot of good things. Defensively, they held really well in the red zone in the goal line situation several times. Ball's on the ground. That's going to be a fumble, and it's going to be a dead ball. And so Booker T is really struggling right now offensively to make anything happen. They just keep going backward, and that one now, after starting with it at a 1st and 5, the penalty backs them up, the ball on the ground backs them up, and now they're looking at a 3rd down and a 2nd down and very long 2nd down and 19 from the 1. Once again, they'll have it in their own end zone. Always thinking about a safety possibility here. Deep shot down the middle of the field. batted up in the air, nearly intercepted once again for Coretta Scott King. Now, Booker T had number 13 streaking down the sideline wide open. No one went with her. They tried to push it to the middle of the field where there were about 3 or 4 Coretta Scott King defenders. But if you throw it to number 13, she's still running. Loose ball, fumble in the end zone, and that's going to be a safety. So Coretta Scott King first on the board here with 2 points off of the safety. And Booker T just can't get anything going offensively here tonight, Bo.
What's most important is to see what the Coretta Scott King's doing after playing their first game. And the same thing we'll say about Booker T, what they'll do after this particular game. I think when you're sitting and you're watching, but also after you're playing, and will Maynard react at the same intensity that they did their first game when they play Booker T? Here in the first half of action here, 2-0, Coretta Scott King over Booker T. Washington. We have one more game remaining. That's Booker T versus Maynard Jackson. That will not be done by play-by-play. You'll be able to sit back and enjoy it. The sights and the sounds of the game live from Maynard Jackson High School in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Bo McMichael with Alex Schaefer. Bring you a little flag football action, kind of just stepping out there on the eve of the final regular season varsity football games. So it's always interesting to see that as I watch Dunwoody and North Atlanta get ready here on the Score 58 network out of North DeKalb Stadium. Feel free to tune into that. We also have on NFSH, you can watch Mount Zion taking on Pace Academy. Should be a lot of fun out of the Morrow High School new stadium.
That Coretta Scott King run there is going to pick them up a first down, and it's out to the 32, call it the 22 for flag, and it's going to be a first down and 18 now. Again, they have to get to the 50 now.
To even get a first down, correct?
Nearly intercepted, and yes, that's right. They got to get to the 50 to get a first down, so it's first and 18 after the short run on the first down. Gave them a new set of downs, but it's a much longer down situation there as opposed to the 1st and 5 that they were looking at from the 15. We're going to have a timeout called now, or possibly the 1-minute warning. In flag football, you have 2 20-minute halves. The first 19 minutes of each half runs with a running clock unless there's a referee stoppage or a timeout called. Then you have the 1-minute warning, which is effectively like the 2-minute warning in the NFL. The referee stops it at 1 minute, and then anything after that is as you would expect in NFL, college, high school football, where incompletion stop the clock, first down stop the clock, running out of bounds stops the clock, all of those normal things you would expect when it's under 1 minute to go. And so I think that was probably what we got. It was either a timeout by Coretta Scott King or probably the 1-minute warning. But if you're just joining us here today, you're tuning into the Score 58 network. We've got flag football, the Georgia High School Association. Georgia High School Sports Association has flag football all over the state, girls flag football. 3 years of existence for this flag football league, and you're watching Coretta Scott King in the black shorts taking on Booker T. Washington in the blue tops. And it's going to be 2nd down and 18 now for Coretta Scott King. Quarterback run, unable to get the flag. They get it on the 2nd attempt, though, and she's going to go down. It's going to be a gain of none. She'll get it back to the original line of scrimmage, and it'll be 3rd and 18 now. After an incompletion and a quarterback scramble goes for no gain. Maybe call it a 1-yard loss, actually. And we play 3 games. You get 3 teams all at one location. They each play each other. 2 20-minute halves, so effectively about an hour's worth of play time and break in between. So you got one game at 5:30, one game at 6:30, one game at 7:30. The home team does have the advantage of they play first and they play last, so they get a little bit of a break in between. Maynard Jackson, the home team for this one. That incompletion is going to make it fourth down and a long way. They got to get to 50, so likely we'll see a Coretta Scott King punt here. Again, in flag football, you have to declare when you're going to punt. Too many Eagles on the field there, so they had to make a substitution. This one punted away. And that's going to be caught and muffed. It's a dead ball because it's on the ground. Fortunate for Booker T. Washington because that one bounced right to the Eagles.
So they're going to get that ball right around the 38-yard line. Maybe the 40. They're going to call it the 40.
Mm-hmm. And so it'll be a first and what now, Bo?
It'd be first and 20.
No, sir.
15.
10.
God, you know what? I appreciate you quizzing me. Once we got the 20-40 thought process, so they got to get all the way down to the 30. That's all they got to get to.
That's right.
Okay.
Another
Heave-ho.
deep shot. Batted up in the air and
Both.
flagged down. So maybe a pass interference here?
Could be. Let's see what White Cow has to say. They're going to say it's on the defense. We'll take a break at halftime here before we switch over to the
And they're
second
going to wave
half.
it off.
Okay.
I think that's a good no call there.
Everybody was going for the ball.
mhm.
It really felt like that.
Another shot down the sideline. Once again, Maynard.
Feel like we're
or
watching
not
a
Maynard,
replay.
Coretta
Scott
Scott
King.
getting in their own
Yeah.
way. Got two defenders going for that one. I think if one of them calls it off, the other one is gonna make that interception there. And I believe that's the 1 minute warning there. So it must have been a timeout called earlier, and we got the signal from the white hat for a 1 minute warning. Clock will stop. Booker T will have it third down and 10. Handoff on the jet action.
She able to
She's
get
got
to the
the
outside.
edge.
Yes.
She's got the first, and then a little bit more, and she's going to be out of bounds, so that'll stop the clock as they get near the 20-yard line, which is the 10 for flag, and it's going to be a first down.
Quick timeout.
No, I think it's the clock stopped on the out of bounds.
Okay. Mr. Ref was very animated on the time. Make sure they stop the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Right back on the ball they go.
Quarterback keeper. She's going to run with it. And she's in across the 5. We'll see where they spot it, but a nice little run there for the quarterback. Clock is going to roll. They're going to say she was down at about the 7. Snap. Run off the right side, up the middle,
Touchdown.
and in for the score goes Booker T. Washington, catching Coretta Scott King sleeping a little bit. And that was something that
3 runs in a row.
that was something that got Coretta Scott King a little bit against Maynard. There were a couple plays there where they were not prepared, not ready to play ball, and Maynard took advantage and got in for the score. And Booker T. Washington did just that exactly again. They're going to go for 1 from the 3-yard line. Now, after you score in flag football, you can go for a 1, a 2, or a 3-point conversion. It's from the 3, the 10, and the 15, respectively, for each of those 3-point totals. Booker T now high snap. She's got to run for her life. She's going to try and get in.
Does she
And
get it?
I didn't see the signal.
I feel like
And they're going to say no, she was short. So didn't get in, very close, but unable to get in. It's going
makes
to
a very interesting second half, 6-2 ball
Yep.
game between Booker T and Coretta Scott King.
Exactly.
Who do you give the edge to here going into the second half right now?
I think Booker T is going to have a lot of momentum after that score, but Coretta gets the ball back. Now, we saw in the first game and then throughout the first half, Coretta has had a hard time moving the ball offensively. And so they're going to get it first, but they also then have to drive the length of the field. And with Booker T playing with a little bit of momentum, I think that gives the edge to Booker T. And so I think that they are going to say that that is the end of the half. So Booker T stealing a possession there, stealing some points, as they're going to give it away to Coretta Scott King to start the second half, but they're able to score right at the end of the first. And so heading into halftime, our score is Booker T Washington, Lady Bulldogs 6, Coretta Scott King, Lady Eagles 2.
We'll be right back here on the Score 58. On the Score 58 Network, I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer. Glad to have you with us. Hey, make sure if you're interested in watching a little North Atlanta Dunwoody action, tune in to score58network.com. You'll be able to watch a little bit of action here. Got Dunwoody versus North Atlanta starting up, and then always tune in to NFSH here, especially the start of the playoff season. Going to be a lot of fun here on GHSA varsity football and also flag football. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the eve of the end of the regular season for varsity football, we decided to join in a little Score 58 network and talked a little bit about the teams that we deal with right now. First up, Region 2A. Get a little bit of action here. Eagles Landing Christian is playing McNair. McNair sitting at 2-3. It's an interesting matchup. Granted, I love that the game's about to start off here with Coretta Scott King and Booker T, but it's all right on that part. Very interesting matchup Friday night. Callaway looks like they're going to hold in the region title unless they find a way to particularly lose the game. If I'm not mistaken here, North Atlanta, the one that we continue to talk a little bit about here. Let's see if I can get this game up here just a second for us to see the region. 3, 2, 1. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, of course it would be the last one or the second to last one. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, here we go. North Atlanta's playing right now. They're playing in an interesting matchup against Dunwoody Wildcats. The winner gets to advance to the state playoffs. So we'll see what happens. Getting ready for second half of action here between Coretta Scott Kings and Booker T. Washington. I'm Bowman Michael with Alex Schaefer.
Oh, nearly caught there. That would have been a big gain there for him. Number 4, who had the near interception and then secured the interception to start the game on the first two plays. Nearly had a big catch there for Coretta Scott King.
Any thoughts about what you're seeing right here in the game 4 action?
Oh my gosh, it's
Listen
well,
to
it's
you.
game. It's going to be game 5 tonight.
It is game 5, 2-2 matchup.
It's just been such a wild series. You had the first game with the Phillies coming back from being down, was it 5-0?
It was 5-0.
And then the Astros turned right around and took care of business as that pass goes incomplete for Coretta Scott King. It's going to bring up a third down and 5. And then when they get to Philly, they get rained out one night, but then they end up playing. The Phillies just go and set a World Series record for most home runs.
Right.
And then turn right around and get no hit.
Great movement by Coretta Scott King. Looks like going to be a flag on the play.
But it's a good quarterback run. It's going to be a first down for her. We'll check the flag. But as it stands, it's a first down run for number 14 for Coretta Scott King. It's just been a wild back and forth series with
I definitely
just
see it
magic.
going 7 games.
Yeah.
And it's all about the next. I hate being the person to say it's all about the next 2 games. Of course, they have to split the next 2 games for it to be game 7. I do enjoy watching a game 7 this Sunday, November 5th. It would be game 7. I would tune in and watch between that and NFL football.
Oh, it's the best 2 words in sports.
It is. Game 7 is definitely entertaining to watch nonetheless. To be able to deal with that, and you have the 8 o'clock matchup between the Tennessee Titans and the Kansas City Chiefs, plus Game 7 of the World Series would be wonderful, hands down.
Taken down in the backfield is the quarterback.
Booker T took a interesting lead right at the end of the first half against Coretta Scott King. Coretta Scott King has a safety on their charts at 2-0. They lost the last game 27-0 against Maynard Jackson in game 1 of this 3-game series here at Maynard Jackson. Last game of the night will not be play-by-play. It'll just be sights and sounds of the game. Booker T. Washington taking on Maynard Jackson.
But third down now and long, 3rd and 10.
Let's go ahead and take trips to the left and let's see what happens.
That one's caught.
Great.
Unable to get the flag, and she's off to the races. No one's going to catch her.
She's not. She's on the run.
She's in for the score. Wow.
Wow, great
what
job.
What a play for number 2 from Coretta Scott King. And I talked about it in the first half. You have to get the flag off.
But this is the first one that we've ever really seen take it away right there.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's all about what you just said. Grab the flag. Don't think about anything else, but grab the flag.
Yep, and if you miss, there's a lot of green grass to run on, and she ran on it and ran away from the Booker T. Washington defense. There was no one catching her once she got out in the open.
No.
And that one goes for 60 yards.
Wow.
No, excuse me, 70 yards. I take that back. Almost the length of the field. A 70-yard touchdown pass and catch. Very impressive for the Coretta Scott King offense. And now they're going to go for one from the 3-yard line to try and make it a 3-point game. Handoff, running to the right, nowhere to go.
Nothing
Tries
there.
to cut it back up, but they are able to take the flag from her. And so no good goes the 1-point conversion, but it still stands. Coretta Scott King leads here tonight 8-6 over Booker T. Washington.
It'll be a very interesting ending to this particular game.
Both teams not really a lot to say for their offensive units. Booker T scored with a short field. Coretta Scott King has a safety and just the one big play where you just got out into the open and it feels almost at this point as if it's going to be that is who's going to make the first mistake. And so far it's been Booker T. Had that first big blunder, and it led to the big scoring play. We'll see how Booker T bounces back, though. They're going to take a deep shot of their own. And the flag is down. I'm going to probably call Coretta for pass interference. And he signaled to the offense. So it's an offensive pass interference. Interesting.
That's what it looks like. Yep.
Wow. All right, that makes my defensive heart
Listen
sing.
to you. Listen to you, little defensive coordinator.
So half the distance to the goal, that one will roll. And it'll be first down. Rolling right. Now cutting it back the other way. But the flag gets ripped off, and it's going to be a sack on the play. So Booker T just going backward.
A little insight right here. We get a little North Atlanta Dunwoody action here live on Score 58 Network. You can tune into that if you choose to. And then we even have a little bit of action here. Oh, nope, my bad. We get a little bit. Oh, no, I'll kick back here. A little Mount Zion versus Pace Academy back to Coretta Scott King, Booker T. Washington. I love when I don't know my numbers out correctly. I apologize.
Handoff up the middle. No one's got the flag. And she's going to get a big run broken off here. Number 15 for Booker T. Washington.
And once again, Mount Zion versus Pace Academy out of Morrow High School. Pace Academy will advance into the playoffs. Mount Zion will not. They'll end their season here tonight. Back to Booker T. Washington, Coretta Scott King, flag football. I love a little multicast. Apologize. It's always fun to jump into those games.
On the third down play, quarterback run, trying to find something, finds the edge, gets across the 30, and she's going to have the first down and then some. Couldn't get the flag on first rip, down to about the 50. So we'll take a look at where they spot it. She's going to be just shy of the 50, which actually is a good thing. We'll talk about that in just a moment. It's down to the 48-yard line, right around the 50. It's going to be a first down and 2.
Wow.
How many times do you hear that one?
First down and 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the setting. In flag football, I've heard it several times over where me and you had an opportunity to do a little bit of the league this past summer.
Mm-hmm.
So, but as you said, this is totally different on this part. They look like they're calling a timeout. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump in a little bit, too, if we can, jump into the Mount Zion Pace Academy game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Punt away there by Mount Zion. Pace picking it up and running with it. Nice little bit of coverage there as they try to reverse field.
Pace Academy's producing this game on on a NFSH, That's National Federation of High School Sports. Glad to have you all with us here. And then you can click in over here to the North Atlanta game. North Atlanta down or up 8-0 over Dunwoody. This is a must-win for North Atlanta to advance to the state playoffs. Should be a lot of fun to see how this outcome occurs. I'm working on a lot of things here, but hopefully you'll be able to stay with us across the board and enjoy. Oh, hey, I'll press enough buttons to get us back to where we need to. I apologize. Hey, look at that. Coretta Scott Kings, Booker T. Washington live from Maynard Jackson. Hopefully me and Alex will be live and in color to be able to bring you Ola versus Dutchtown tomorrow night. We'll see how all that plays out. I'll take a nap and see how it works out for me.
It's going to be a big game.
Oh, buddy. You got
close to the 50 there as they're trying to pick up the first down. They're going to spot her just short at the 49, so it'll be 2nd down and 1. Got to get the 50 to get a new set of downs.
One of the most interesting things that I've seen is, have you ever had a chance to watch the state championship of the flag football ladies the past 2 years?
I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to make sure you tune in, and we'll get the dates put on that part. It is absolutely incredible, the energy level, the play, getting into the playoffs, and everything that kind of comes about here with these ladies and what they're able to participate with and be able to produce here in Georgia high school football. So glad flag football has become a sport where people are watching and involved. And the nice thing is a lot of ladies are playing varsity football, not just flag football. Between kicking, playing quarterback, defensive back, receiver, it's absolutely amazing to see their involvement. A quick timeout here for Booker T. Washington. Live from Maynard Jackson, I'm Bo McMichael with Alex Schaefer bringing you an 8-6 score. Coretta Scott Kings trying to get on the win column for the season. Big opportunity for Coretta Scott Kings. I know Coach Buchanan's trying to figure out, hey, is there a way to make the clock run faster at this point? As a person that knows the moment I watch the clock, my team is done. I'm not a clock watcher, and I don't want to be in that situation.
Really? Did you have a
What?
team that you really liked that had a situation like that
Okay,
once?
do you want to get paid tonight? Do you want to get paid tonight? Okay, I mean, if you don't want to get paid, we can have this conversation. I've had 2 instances where I've watched the clock. One was a high school championship game that I watched the clock. That was my former high school that I filmed and played and coached for. Then I watched ball's on the ground,
swing pass,
dead ball. But I knew I was in trouble in 2017 when it was in the middle of the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter, and the only thing I was doing was watching the clock. That's probably because that's all I could do at that point, based on what I experienced in the 1st and 2nd quarter, because I did not know how to say when, and I was enjoying life because of where everything was. Not able to grab until they get to about the 38-yard line. Coretta Scott King finally pulls the flag out.
But it's going to be a 1st down for the Bulldogs.
Everybody's got to tighten up right now. They're going to call a quick timeout for Coretta Scott King. Booker T. Washington and Coretta Scott King up 8-6 over Booker T.
You were talking about that Dutchtown Ola game that we might be bringing you tomorrow night. It's huge for Region 2 and 5A. Dutchtown right now is sitting in the catbird seat. If they win, they've got the region championship locked up. They would be tied at 5-1 with Warner Robins, who will be taking on Locust Grove. That's probably going to be a win for Warner Robins. Locust Grove 0-9 on the year, but Dutchtown has the win over Warner Robins, so they would have the tiebreaker. And we're going to get that flashed up here in a moment. But if Ola beats Dutchtown, Warner Robins has the win over Ola. So to make Warner Robins the 1, Ola would be the 2, because then Dutchtown would have 2 losses. But not only that, you look at Jones County and Union Grove. Jones beat Dutchtown, who were the number 6 team in the state at the time. And Union Grove, if they beat Jones, they're in the playoffs and Jones is out. So that region is going to be it's exciting coming down to the wire. Tomorrow night, the games in that region are going to be really exciting to see play out. Another region I'm really interested in looking at is Region 5 for 6A.
I
Langston
went 4A region.
Oh,
Sorry,
did you? Okay, right here.
I did. Where you got Lovett, Pace Academy right now, Woodland, and Hampton, and McDonough. I mean, realistically, Lovett and Woodland are playing each other. If Hampton wins and Woodland loses,
Hampton's going to be in.
They are. And Lovett definitely could beat Woodland.
Yep,
I mean,
and
you talk about that.
And Hampton's got Llewellyn Lions on senior night. So that's a big rivalry game. It's going to be a tough game. But, you know, Llewellyn's struggling a little bit this year as Booker T goes on the end around trying for the reverse, and they're unable to make anything happen on it. That good Coretta Scott King defense swarming and taking care of business for him. And so on the first down run, it's going to go nowhere for Booker T. Washington except backward. So after the first down run goes backward for Booker T, we will see what they do here on second down. And you look at the field position, and once again, high snap there, but they're going to take a deep shot into triple coverage. Caught over the DBs, and they're going to pull the flag as she gets inside the 10. Wow, what a catch into triple coverage. But they get it down to the 11. It's going to be a first down, and it'll be a first and goal from the 11. So just a shot there, and Booker T goes up over the top, comes away with the reception, and all of a sudden they're in the goal line area, and they're looking at potentially putting points back on the board and retaking the lead here in what has been a back-and-forth game. Quarterback rolls to the left, now going back to the right. Flag unable to be pulled. There it is. She's going to be right around the original line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1. They're going to say, yep, a gain of 1. It'll get it to the 10. And so second and 10, or second and goal, rather. No, they're going to say no gain. So it'll be second and goal from the 11. Nearly intercepted there. Number 2 jumping the route. I was just about to say, I like that matchup down there, 13 versus 2. Two of the more dynamic playmakers on the field so far tonight. Number 2 with the huge 70-yard reception touchdown. Number 13 on the flip side was the one that got in for the score for Booker T. Washington. And they'll move it back, I believe, from a penalty. So it'll be a 10-yard penalty, perhaps holding on the play. Makes it second and goal. They'll replay the down. Second and goal from the 31. Not very much of a rush. Time to throw into the end zone, over everybody's heads, and it's incomplete. So that'll make it third down now and 20. Third down and 21, actually, from the 31. So it's basically the 21. And so after they get the ball, they'll reset here. Shotgun snap. Quarterback rolls left, now back around to the right. Cutting through the defense. They're going to eventually get the flag down as a pair of Eagles converge to get the flag off, but not before a gain of about 5. It'll get them up to the 15-yard line, and it's fourth and goal now from the 14.
A little nail biter here in Maynard Jackson High School.
Indeed. Handoff, jet sweep.
Yeah, she's going
Around the corner, no flag pulled, in for the score.
Great
and Booker
job.
T. Washington
Takes
is
the
going to
lead.
take the lead.
She had the opportunity right there, right around the 23-yard line.
And just unable to get the flag off. And
Goodness
that
gracious.
is going to be 12-8 in favor of the Lady Bulldogs. So a 4th down conversion, huge play for Booker T. Washington here. They'll be going for 1 from the 3-yard line. This will make it a 5-point game. Handoff, cuts it back, working the other way, unable to get the flag, and she's in for the score. And it's 13-8 now as Booker T extends that lead to 5.
So the question I'm going to ask you there, Alex, can Booker T. Washington take down Maynard Jackson? Based on what you're seeing right now, are they getting warmed up, or do they have the advantage they're going to play back-to-back games? I feel like that's where Coretta Scott King really had their advantage. They were to jump on 8-0, 8-6, and be able to hold that. Things have kind of went a little sideways here. I'll text my filmer on site, make sure we change that to second half.
Well, I think it's really going to depend on how Maynard Jackson comes out to start the game. Like as you said, Booker T's got some momentum going. They're rolling. They're warm. They're going to roll right into the next game. Maynard has had some time to rest, but has it been too much time where now they're starting to rust up a little bit and they got to get back into it? Pass complete there, and it's going to be a gain of about 2. It'll be 2nd down and 3 for the Lady Eagles. But I think if Maynard can start fast and get back into a rhythm quickly, I think Booker T will be on their heels. And you have to wonder, where does that balance of we're warmed up versus now we're getting fatigued? Where does that where does that scale tip?
I agree.
At what point?
Understood. Well, I do hope you're able to tune in with us tomorrow night, doing our best to bring you some football action.
Caught.
Wow.
Big catch there for number 9 from
They are
Coretta Scott
doing
King.
their best to try to make this a game at the end of the second half.
And so something I was thinking about was, yeah, they ended up getting the conversion, but I wonder why you go for 1 there to put yourself up 5. Because being up 5 effectively does nothing for you.
No,
4 and 5 it's the same either way. I don't know why you don't go for 2 there, because if you don't get it, 4-5 doesn't matter. But if you get it, now you're up
wow,
6.
she's out in the open.
Oh, a great flag rip there from number 13. She's been all over the field for Booker T. Washington so far, but not before another 1st down.
All the way to about the 44-yard line, 43-yard line for Coretta Scott King.
It's going to be 1st and 13 as they pick up a new set of downs, and the Eagles are on the move, and now all of a sudden you're looking at, if they score, they've got a 1-point lead now.
Right, they're just trying to get their first victory of the year. That's, I mean, the good old-fashioned baby steps, see what happens.
Caught, and once again they're on the move. A really nice catch and a little bit of run after by number 2 for Coretta Scott King. Gets them down to the 35, call it the 25, because it's 2nd down and 5, and they're knocking on the door of that red zone. And working with tempo now are the Lady Eagles. Quarterback run. She's got some room. She's across. No flag pulled. Again, no flag pulled. And she can't keep her feet.
Away.
Oh, my goodness.
Down to the 3-yard line.
Splits a pair of defenders. The safety can't make the flag pull, but she trips her up, and she's going to go down at the 3.
The
It's gonna
invisible
be
sniper in the woods right
It's
there,
gonna
buddy.
be
That's all that was.
It's a first down for the Lady Eagles, all the way down to the 3.
Just trying to hold on as much as they can to get this first victory. And it goes back to what you said. If Booker T would have went for 2 or maybe even 3 to get that opportunity, they went for the single point and only up by 5. It's all, I feel like it's a chess game, and I said that at the beginning when we called the first game between Coretta Scott and Maynard Jackson.
Well, it also, I mentioned it earlier as well, you also consider, well, what plays are we good at? Are we better with the play from 10 than we are from 3? That
Right.
can play a factor as well.
It is.
Maybe they thought that, no, we're better from 3. But, again, the math just doesn't work out. You
listen
put
to
yourself up by
but
5.
You're the defensive specialty coach that you hold that little sheet in your hand going, okay, so we need to go for 2 when da-da-da.
Yeah.
I know. We all got that sheet when we were young in life. Here we go.
First and goal from the 3. They're going to take a shot, bat it away. Oh, very nearly caught, very nearly intercepted. Could have gone either way there
I
on
would
the
run this ball
on the
for
back.
3 straight downs. That's all I would do is run the ball. Make them pull the flag. That's all I would do. They would not be able to do anything past that.
shovel pass.
Yep.
In for the score. Coretta Scott King is going to go up by 1. 14-13, the Lady Eagles lead.
That's all I would do. I'd make them beat us on the run. They were not able to pull the flag. I'm not going to get involved in the throw and catch theory right now.
Technically, that one is going to be a passing touchdown.
It's a
off of
shovel
the
pass,
shovel
man. Be
pass.
quiet, man. Don't be talking to me about the famous lines of old one C.W. Campbell. We do a shovel pass when I was in high school. Everybody freaked out that it was a fumble. He's like, hey, man, it's an incomplete pass. And it's still a fumble. In our world, when you flip the ball like that, I'm sorry. I know it's a forward pass and it helped us out.
So now Coretta Scott King is going to go for 1. It's kind of a formality at this point. Doesn't really matter what you go for. But they're going to get it, and it's going to be
I don't think they're going to get it. They did get it. They did. Are they giving it to him? Yes, she got in.
And 1-point conversion. Was that the center that they threw it to?
Yeah, they did. That's why
Snapped
everybody
and
was.
caught.
I know. It's exciting across the board. Oh, you got to be careful now. Don't want to break a leg.
Oh.
Yeah, you heard about what happened. No, I'm not. I'm oversharing. I'll be quiet.
Well, once again, every player on the team is eligible. Every player on the field is an eligible receiver. So you just snap the ball. No one expects the center to be the one going out and catching a pass. She just sneaks in there in between the defense and gets the score. And it's a 2-point game now, 15-13. Lady Eagles lead.
Well, next Thursday, we will be able to broadcast a little bit more on flag football. They're getting towards their end of their season before the playoffs start. This has been a great experience for me and Alex both. We're glad we were able to bring this to you.
Absolutely.
We did this kind of from a Score 58 network perspective, and nobody reached out to us. We just felt a need to be able to produce and get out there flag football here in GHSA.
So
Glad to
first
have
down
you
run.
with us. Yep. State playoffs start next Friday. Could start as early as Thursday. Could go as late as Saturday. No telling with the referee shortage of what that means. Going to be a lot of fun. They're calling timeout right now by Booker T. Coretta Scott King and Booker T. 13-15. Great game here at the end of the second half of action with Maynard Jackson. Glad to have you with us here across the board. Make sure you tune in later on if you want to tune in to North Atlanta, a little varsity football, high school football. North Atlanta up 8-0 over Dunwoody. You can turn into the Score 58 network. Just click on high school football, and boom, right there, click on North Atlanta. Tomorrow night, we have Hebron Christian taking on Stevens County, and North Forsyth taking on Appalachia. And on Saturday, we have Holy Innocents taking on Hateville Chargers, 7:30 kickoff. So got a lot of action and fun across the Score 58 network. Glad to have everybody with us here. I'm going to the air show on Saturday, though, seeing the Blue Angels.
Blue Angels are amazing.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll be tired, but I'll look forward to it. We got 48 football games tomorrow night. If I can make it through the last regular season without losing a kidney, I'll be positive and excited about that. I'm just trying to take it in and know that it's the end of the regular season. They're running that clock. You know, it's not much time left here in the game for Booker T. Lady Bulldogs are trying to find a way to get in. She's trying to get to the outside. She did get to the outside.
The flag came off, though.
So when that happens, that's a dead ball right there.
Yeah.
If the flag does fall off. She was a moving and a shaking, and it caused the ball to end.
Actually, I think that it becomes two-hand touch if the
At
flag
that point,
falls off. Yeah.
You've got to read your
Let me
rule
consult-
book there,
let me consult
Alex.
the rules.
I mean, Alex, I only have one job to do, and it's calling, hey, Alex, man, make sure you look at the rule books before I start this game, buddy. I too much in my brain to be worried about that.
Yep. If the flag belt inadvertently falls to the ground, a one-hand tag
We did have a
between
flag
the
on the
shoulders
play,
and
though.
knees constitutes capture.
Okay.
So it turns into a game of one-hand touch at that point, and that's to the referee's discretion.
Definitely having a lot of exciting football action across the board. It's going to be very interesting when we're on ESPN and we're watching college flag football championships with these ladies, where it's coming, and I feel like it's getting to that point.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be very intense because it's all about being disciplined at this point. Yep, pulled the flag. Another flag on the play, though. We got to get another. Are you pulling? What are you pulling? Are you pulling a flag? Or are you pulling this? Because you see a flag on the play and you're pulling a flag. I get confused in that situation, man. That's it. That looks like it's ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Victory is going to go to Coretta Scott King, 15-13. I'm Bo McMichael with Alex Schaefer. Alex, overall, was Coretta Scott King able to rebound and their loss against Maynard Jackson?
Oh, absolutely. They come back and they're able to put together a really nice scoring drive there right at the end. Finally got that offense rolling.
And got the win.
And got the victory.
First win of the season for Raven Buchanan. Coach Buchanan, congratulations. Glad to have everybody with us here on the Score 58 Network. We're going to step away. It'll just be a play-by-play action here for the final game of the night, Maynard Jackson versus Booker T. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go away. We're bringing you the final game of the night between Maynard Jackson and Booker T.